Okay, chat. I think we got everything set up again. I forgot to wash my cup out. Hang on. Let's go ahead and get it. There we go. Hi. Hello, everyone. Happy New Year. Happy 2026. When the hell did that happen? Hope you're all doing well. Hope everyone had a really good holiday. And I hope you are looking forward to the year ahead. Let me say hi to you guys. Hello, Key Energy. Hello, Standing. And hello, Mage. Thank you, Mage, for the whole year of support. I really appreciate it. I hope you enjoyed the emotes. I hope you enjoy being here. It's good to have you with us. It's good to have all of you with us. And hello, Lurkers. And hello, VOD Watchers. Troubles did go up. Hope everything is okay. Ooh, I did not see anything about a big storm in the UK. Yes, everyone please stay safe, stay warm and comfy. Been a lot of storms rolling around, thankfully. We were really worried about a big one that was gonna hit us while we were traveling, but it's not that it never materialized. Honestly, like watching the radar, it looked like something just kind of cut it in half. And like part of it just went out to sea and part of it went farther inland and it just kind of missed us entirely. It's like, all right, cool. Thank you, mountains. But yeah, it was a good holiday. It was a good time. I got to see family. We mostly just sort of hung out and we talked about stuff. I did get some artwork done. I played some video games. Did some reading. I finished a book that I wanted to leave with them. So I managed to finish that at the last minute. Yes, there was an anime fight and it just completely cleaved the storm. You see? You got the power of anime on your side? Anything is possible. Speaking of anime, I believe Freerun starts in about a week and a half. That's exciting. I'm very looking forward to it. How was everyone's holiday? How did y'all do? Did everyone have a good time? Hopefully not a stressful time. I hope everyone enjoyed themselves. The holidays are for enjoyment. I feel like people get so stressed out and high-strung about getting everywhere and getting everything done and everything going according to plan. That's just like it gets very troublesome for people, and I feel like that's not what it's supposed to be. Lots of family time? That's good. That's good. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Thankfully, the trip back was also largely uneventful. Honestly, as far as the drive normally goes, it was very good. Which I am very grateful for. Sometimes it's a good drive, sometimes it's really ugly, and this was definitely one of the better ones. And yes, I took Monday off because we got back Saturday afternoon. So yeah, that would have left Sunday, and I was very tired by the end of the drive and everything. I ended up taking a little nap and then sleeping really long going into Sunday. So Sunday was a short day, and I'm like, oh, I'm glad I have one more day off. Just to take care of everything, you know? I'm sorry your friends aren't doing well. I hope the situation improves. Yeah, it's always really unfortunate when the people that you care about aren't doing so good. I'm sorry, Mage. What do you think? Honestly, I'm sort of starting into the year a little bit slowly, I guess. Trying not to let anything get too wild, you know? I was watching Faye's stream last night, and a lot of what she was doing was sort of going over her plans from 2025 and checking off the things that she accomplished. Um, she had a really interesting system. I forget who she said she picked it up from. But, it was sort of a similar thing to what I had been talking about with New Year's goals versus New Year's resolutions, right? But it actually kind of went a step farther than that. So she had a number of different goals that she had laid out for herself, and then had different tiers or medals of completion, right? So she would like set a goal, and then a bronze would be like, oh, there was an attempt, right? Some steps were made. Didn't necessarily achieve the goal, but tried to do something about it, and that's good. And then silver is you basically set the goal as written, right? Or you achieve the goal as written. Gold is exceeding the goal, right? Doing more than was intended, more than was sort of initially laid out, and that's great. And platinum is going above and beyond and just completely blowing it out of the park, and plus oneing, etc. I really like that idea. I think it's a great idea to sort of... Hello, Sonic. Welcome in. Thank you for the biddies. Happy New Year. I hope your year's off to a good start. I hope you had a good holiday. I hope 2026 is good for everybody. I feel like 25 has been a rough year, and I hope we can make 26 a better one. Ooh, congrats. I hope the workout is going well. Yes, exercise is very important. Everyone should be remembering to schmoove, especially in the winter. It gets, I don't know, especially like it's so hard to get outside when the weather is troublesome, So it's really important to remember to keep on moving. I did start back in on my workout. Obviously, it's a pain in the butt to do when I'm traveling because I don't have the stuff with me. I don't have my routes to go running. It's also just kind of weird to like go for a run and come back and shower, and it's like, this is not my shower. But yeah, I got back and I did start doing the workouts again, so we're back to the routine. Back to the routine. Gotta burn off all that holiday candy and snacks and whatnot. What was I saying? Oh yeah, so the goals thing. I really liked that sort of levels of completion system that wasn't just like pass or fail, I did it or I didn't do it. Like there's some acknowledgement of achieving some level of completion, doing really well. But the other thing that sort of struck me watching her go through her goals was, she had stuff that she wanted to do professionally and artistically and all of that, and then also had goals about like self-care and self-betterment. And I'm like, I wasn't thinking about any of that. So I kind of want to go back and maybe like do a little bit more assessment on what some of my goals for the year might have been, because I was really just sort of thinking about like, oh, what sort of stuff do I want to do? What do I want to accomplish professionally or technically? And not really like, what am I gonna do for my own sake and my own well-being? Kind of didn't cross my mind at all. So I will think on that. I will think on that. I will consider it and might jump in on Thursday and sort of do a similar chart to what Faye had designed and see how that goes for us. There are a couple of things I definitely would want to aim for this year. So, you know, obviously the big one for me is resuming the game development, right? I have a couple of thoughts, ideas about things that might be holding up the animation side, which was sort of the nail in the coffin for a lot of our progress last year. Still really salty about that. So I don't know what we're gonna do about that. Part of me wants to try and address some of the issues offline before we sort of review it on stream, but sort of the problem with that is I don't get a lot of time to work on it outside of the streams. So I don't know when I'm gonna get around to doing that if I don't just do it on stream with you guys. Not great, but it's what it is. So we'll mess with that. We'll figure out sort of when that's gonna go. I do want to do some sort of movie night with you guys still. I know I talked about it and we never did it, and I apologize. The big sort of holdup on there was figuring out when was going to be a time that would work for the most people, right? Because we've got folks in Europe, we've got folks in the States, we've got... I don't know where all y'all live, but, you know, this is a very diverse group. And so trying to find something that works for everybody, or even as many people as possible, can be challenging. It's not a good excuse, but it is my excuse. So I want to figure that out. EST. You had to set everything to New York. Everyone just calibrates around New York. What I really just need to do is figure out just put up a poll and just be like, hey, what like block of time would be the most convenient or doable for you guys? And obviously it would probably be a weekend, both because of my own schedule and just because people tend to have the most flexibility and time there. Oh, the other thing that I was thinking of that I thought might be really fun, if that goes well, so it's too late to do it preemptively, but there's also a benefit that we could probably just, you know, kind of go straight ahead with it, would be to do a watch along of Free Ren. Right, so we could start with season 1 and just roll right into season 2, and maybe that could be like a regular thing that we do. That one's a bit more attentive. I feel like if we were going back to that medal system, that would feel more like a gold thing, because that's setting up, you know, eventually many weeks of watching. I guess it depends on how many episodes per week we would try and get through, but you know, comparing that to just doing like the occasional movie, you get what I mean. I do think it would be fun, so I want to look at the possibility of it, right? And if the movie goes well, then we can look at doing something a little bit more like that. Yeah, I don't know, like, after Faye was like, here are things that I want to do to take care of myself and improve, you know, my self-love and all that, I'm like, okay, I need to reevaluate my own list. So I will get back to all y'all with something a little more comprehensive. Try and do that for Thursday. Watch it considering never finished season 1. Keep saying I need to actually watch it, but I keep getting distracted. Ooh, a piece of candy. Oh, that's a fucking move. I don't know how many shows at this point, I have watched a couple episodes and be like, that's really good. I should finish that. And then I don't. And I just don't. Oh, that graveyard is big. Oh, so with all of the hullabaloo, getting back from the holidays and everything, I completely, like almost for the entire first day, forgot Games Done Quick started this weekend. It kicked off on Sunday. There have been some really good runs so far. It's been a lot of fun. It's just, I've just sort of had it on in the background. There have been a lot of other things. Like Coco had her birthday stream this weekend. Been watching Jin race the new Savage tier. So, it hasn't been like the only thing that I've been sitting and watching. Watched the garbage fire that was reincarnated as a vending machine. I had a period. Like, I didn't watch trash tier shows, but I did have a period of watching bad movies, right? Like, I watched Suicide Squad. I didn't see Justice League, but I did watch a lot of the DC movies. Just a few others, because I was sort of in this mindset of like understanding what made bad movies bad, right? Like, you can just sit and watch or listen to the internet opinions, or you can go in and watch it and understand it yourself and like, no, all of these were bad, but I was curious about what made them bad to try and learn lessons from it, right? Surely it gets better. So I think it was back in high school, I watched Sayonara Zutsubo Sensei, and I watched the entire first season of it, waiting for it to get better, and it never did. And that established my 3-episode rule. It's like, if you cannot get my attention by 3 episodes, I'm out. I'm not interested at that point. Like, you have to give me a reason to continue to watch it. And that is largely held true. I think my favorite one was Kill la Kill, because in the first 5 minutes I was on board with it, and I'm like, oh, this is fun, this is good. And then the end of the 3rd episode was like, oh, you thought you were having fun so far, here's the real shit that the show's gonna be doing. I'm like, I'm in. I don't know. I know I've talked a lot about you know, everything fighting for people's attention and entertainment time, but I think that is, a real frustration. It's just like, I have streamers that I want to catch up with, and I have shows that I want to watch, and movies that I want to watch, and games that I want to play, and art that I want to make, and books that I want to read. And it's just like, there isn't time to consume everything that I want to. And it's like, if you're not, you have to like hit a certain threshold, or I just cannot make time for you, right? Like, I've heard Stranger Things season 4 and 5 is interesting enough that I am intrigued by it, but the first episode of season 4 is so bad, it's so dumb, that I'm just like, I have not made the time for it. When I was visiting my parents, I was talking with my dad, who had watched all of Foundation. And I liked the first season of Foundation. I thought that was a lot of fun. I started watching the second season, and it wasn't just a slow burn, it was meandering. There was so much that was happening. I'm just like, where is this going, dude? Is there a story? Is anything actually happening? And my dad is like, okay, so season 2 is a lot of setup, and then it pays off in season 3. And so I'm like, okay, so that gives me enough interest that I want to go back and watch it. But like, if I didn't have that assurance that there was going to be some sort of reward, I probably would not bother watching any more of it. 3-episode rule might dissuade you from watching Black Clover. I admit at the beginning that one is a bit dragging, just considering it's 107. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna do that. I don't think I'm gonna do it. But it is a foundation. Wah wah. Hello, Tisha. Happy New Year. Hope you had a good holiday. Welcome in. I saw, so One Piece is finally finishing its first season as an anime after 20 years of continuous runtime. They're finally putting in a season break, which will make this the end of the first season of the show. And it's like, what the fuck have you guys been doing? Honestly, Shonen Jump probably was just like, okay, we're going to create a stable of however many animation studios we need that we can just run this back to back every week until the heat death of the universe, I guess. I did have a good holiday, thank you. It was very relaxing, which is exactly what I needed. Black Clover was a bit sad. It wasn't well liked when it first came out, and led to not getting more content. After it announced it was stopping, its popularity blew up. Well, you see, it happens to artists, it happens to shows. They get canceled, or they die, in the case of the artists, and that's when they get popular. It's like, could you have been popular when I was alive? God damn it! Or now a little bit of tea. Gotta get my tea on. There we go. Okay. I had a thought, and now I don't. Oh, well, if there's no ending, I'm definitely not gonna start it. Is it not, like, based on a manga or something? It just ended. Interesting. Well, you never know. Maybe they'll announce that it finally is getting picked up to get the ending that it always deserved. But I feel like at this point, I don't know, unless the original writer like had notes and everything and can sort of pick back up whatever ending it gets. I don't know, I feel like there'd be sort of a disconnect between the original intention and whatever we get now. I feel like that happened with Samurai Jack. Like, I liked the finale that Samurai Jack got when all was said and done, but I don't feel like it was what they had in mind originally. Gotcha. You know what I'm still hoping for is I guess it would be next season for Maiden Abyss. Cause we got what did they end up doing? We had the first season, and then a movie that was just sort of, was it one or two movies? There was a recap of that season, and then there was a movie that was original, and then another season. God, the schedule for that show is so fucked. But they made that, and the story is not over. And I'm really hoping that we get another season. That and Dress Up Darling are both things that I'm like, I would really prefer to watch this. I will go read it if that's what I have to do. Like, if the only option for seeing this to the end is picking up the manga, I will do it. I don't care. But I have to know how this ends. Dress Up Darling will probably get renewed for a third season. I think it's been popular, right? But the second season was so good. But it was like just this past year, so it's gonna be like at least another year or two before season 3 happens. Like, it's not fair! I wanna know! Speaking of which, so I know Frieren season 2 is happening like this month. I can't remember, is Dungeon Meshi also in the lineup for this season? Is that for Black Clover? Dungeon Meshi Season 2. Okay, I see. Let's see. From a month ago, Reddit question, has Dungeon Meshi Season 2 been delayed or is still in production? I think all we know so far is that there will eventually be a Season 2. And that it will contain the story for some of all the remaining manga chapters not featured in one. It's still in production, but Studio Trigger seems to have a full plate, so I don't know what the actual timeline is going to be. Okay. So, it is not part of the seasonal lineup. Damn it. That's fair, I guess. Well, that would be cool. Another 170 episodes. Let's go. Easy 170. I love a good story. It's always sad when you're waiting for a story to get picked up and continued. The book that I finished, I'm not sure if there's gonna be more of it or if that is where the author intended to end it. It might be both, right? It might be one of those things of like, all right, we're gonna reach this point, and if that's it, that's it. And if there is room to expand, we have more that we can do, more that we can look at and talk about. I do feel like that is honestly a weakness in a lot of shows, though, especially streaming shows. So it's always kind of been a problem, the seasonal renewal for TV. I guess it's a problem for anime as well. But sort of this idea of like, okay, we're gonna have this season, right? Season's gonna have an introduction, sort of set up whatever overarching plot there is, and then we're gonna have the season finale, which will conclude most or all of what we have set up. Right? And this is assuming it's not sort of a sitcom format where every episode is just sort of a flavor of the week thing. So it's always been there, but I feel like with streaming, it is doubly problematic, right? That you have a season and you start it and you run it and they have no idea if they're gonna get another one. So every season has to have a satisfying conclusion that if this is the series finale, then that works. But it also needs to be left open enough that if they do get renewed, then it opens up and becomes or they can continue the bigger story, right? Like Game of Thrones. Game of Thrones was really interesting because they knew where the series was going, right? They had all of the books. So even when they did a season finale, it was like, okay, we're reaching sort of this stopping point, but it is very clear that the series is going to continue. So they can leave it on cliffhangers and open-ended elements. Whereas something like Stranger Things or Westworld or, I don't know, freaking take your pick, right? It's like, okay, we need to essentially tie a bow on it. That we can call it done. Because, I don't know, where's what's gonna happen next season? Is there gonna be a next season? No one has told us anything yet. And then with the production schedules, like, I think the first season of The Witcher, if I recall correctly, the first season of The Witcher did well enough that they renewed it to have a second season, like, on the day that the first episode aired, or something like that. It was really crazy. But, you know, even with that, it's like, okay, yes, you are greenlit for more seasons. Like, okay, cool. See y'all in 2 years. Right? Because the production times on this are insane. I think Andor was like 3 years or something between season 1 and season 2. And granted, Andor was a big show. Big production project. But how long was Witcher? Or how long did it take? Releases. Okay, so season 1. No, I don't want to know about the... I want dates, not review scores. Okay, so first season was 2019. Second was 2021. So yeah, it was 2 years between season 1 and season 2. Well, the first season was really good, and the second season, I actually fell off in the second season, so I can't really speak to it, but it feels like, yeah, the problems just sort of continued to mount, and I've heard season 4 is bad. So yeah, season 1 was 2020, season 2, or no, season 1 was 2019, season 2 was 21, third season was 23, and the fourth season, so it's 2 years for each season of the show. And that's what something that has enough of a reliable backing from Netflix so that they can run into that. You know, other shows, I feel like they have to wait for the entire thing to air and see what their ratings are to understand if they're going to get renewed, and then they can start their 2 or 3 year production. Jesus. I don't know. It must be so frustrating. And then, yeah, the fans end up waiting years for their thing to get continued or concluded. I guess all things considered, Has-Been Hotel kind of had a fast turnaround between seasons 1 and 2. For a project of its simultaneously big and small scale, being kind of a niche thing that Amazon that produced it, right? Really, I don't know. I would say was kind of a gamble. Fans wanted them to stay world accurate with Lauren, so did Henry Cavill. And they said, no, we are making up our own story. Henry left it, it's filed. Yeah, and okay, so I feel really bad for, is it Liam Hemsworth? Chris Hemsworth's brother. I want to say it's Liam. I don't think Liam's a bad actor, right? He's been in other stuff. I think he's good. I think he's a good actor. I think he's a good boy. And I'm sure he's not going to be as good of a fit for Geralt as Henry was. But I think he's going to get a lot of negativity. Exactly. Like, he comes onto the ship to try and, I wouldn't even necessarily say right the ship, just do the best that he can to steer it and do his part on it. And look, at the end of the day, it's a paycheck for him, right? It's not his fault what's happening with the rest of the show. It's very rare, in my opinion, that an man, I just work here. Honestly, yeah, if they could like manage to just see season 4 to a satisfying conclusion for the series and then just call it there, then it's like, yeah, fine, whatever, good. We're done. It's hard. It's hard out there. I think it was the creator for Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul that at some point, you know, some interviewer was asking him, you know, about other intended projects for the universe, the canon, whatever you want to call it, and he just kind of looked at it and was like, there isn't anything. Right? It's like, this is the story that I wanted to tell. I told it. It's over. And we're moving on now. Which, I don't know, to have Breaking Bad and just be like, no, we're done, is like incredible restraint. It's very good. Right, I'm thinking, which is, I don't know, some days that's a lot. It's a lot to ask for. Let's see. Why don't we go ahead and get started with the drawing and the art and all that goodness. And we'll keep yapping while we do that, but oh, where am I going? Other way. I think Henry got Amazon to come back around on Warhammer. They're doing as far as staying more accurate too. He's in charge of it and they want to change stuff. And you changed lore and I will. I'm sorry, do you want a Witcher? Because that's how you get a Witcher. And Amazon went, yep, you're right, sorry. It's Horus Heresy, right? I don't care about Horus Heresy. I don't care that much about Warhammer in general, but just doing more Horus Heresy is like, okay. I hope they, I know it's gonna be, but it would be nice if they did something else. But that's just me. Okay, I'm actually gonna pause this for a minute. And by a minute, I mean a little while, because we're gonna put something else on. There we go. I figured we'd sort of start things off very simply. Just do something a little fun to sort of initiate the year, and then we'll figure out where we want to go from there. I do want to do more gift pieces for this year. There are definitely some people that I didn't get around to last year. I'd like to try and fix that. And then obviously some people that I would like to do more pieces for. I did not get to one for Coco's birthday this year. With everything else going on, it slipped my mind. I do feel bad about that. I don't know if it means we're gonna do something in the to resolve that, but I'm sure we'll come up with something for the sheepy later. I'm also realizing with some of the recent drawings, I tend to make the torso very long. I tend to separate the rib cage from the hips more than they realistically should be. And I think part of that is because I tend to put like the middle muscles, the midriff, like under the ribs rather than having it attached to the ribs, if that makes sense. I couldn't find a right way to December, but the NC Horus Heresy has a lot of places it can pull from. Okay. Proceed. Oh, so a lot of what the drawing I was doing over the break, I got started on the model upgrades. After sort of looking over it, looking at how much was going to be involved, and sort of looking at the differences between version 1 and version 2, like my old model and this one, I decided to go ahead and call it version 3. So it is going to be, in that regard, sort of a full upgrade. It's going to be a bit more substantial than I think I was initially considering it to be. Though at the same time, there's a lot that I was sort of, yes, please, go eat, get dinner, get snacks. Everyone should be taking care of themselves. Just because I don't have any self-care plans for the year doesn't mean that you guys shouldn't. One thing I don't really appreciate about the symmetry tool in Clip Studio is that it doesn't play nice with transform. But I don't think Photoshop's is super good about that either, so to be fair. Um, so yeah, the big one that I sort of walked back was I was planning to do a lot of redrawing of the hair. Um, just sort of looking over some of the works that we did this past year. I felt like I don't know if sort of the way that I've rendered and styled my hair quite is in line with some of the more recent work. So I was thinking about redoing it. But sort of looking over some of the work more carefully, I was like, no, I think it's fine. I think it's actually pretty accurate. It's just, I think the way that I've rendered the hair on the model has a bit more detail to it. And so I'll probably make a few revisions, right? Change a few things about it, just to improve the shape, improve the flow a little bit, and just make it a little bit more dynamic in its movement. But it's not going to be the total rework that I had expected that I was going to do. So that part got walked back a little bit, but there's other stuff that's like, oh no, this is actually gonna be pretty dramatic in terms of how much I need to address. So I think my original sort of plan, quote unquote, for around summer, I think is still good. I think we can still expect to hit that. I think the part that got a little bit daunting about it is I want to bring pretty much all of what we have on the current model over, right? So that means all the various outfit pieces and bits and bobs. The costumes won't, because I only used the costume for the year that I created it, but everything else, all the normal outfit, is gonna need to get updated to the new model, and that's gonna be a good chunk of work. And so I was looking at that and being like, gosh, okay, yeah, maybe this is a new model version. But you know, it's not gonna be a redesign, right? Some people, when they get a new model, they use this as an opportunity to sort of update the character, right? And that's not what I want to do. Nothing so dramatic as all that. Enchilada, noise, noise. Okay, let me try something, because I was gonna do the arms out by the sides, and I think that's just a little bit too... Well, we can do over the center, but I want to try something a little bit different. I also want to try avoid it feeling too like anatomical diagram. Even though it's kind of going in that direction. But I don't know, it's fine. Probably would also help if I actually knew what outfit I wanted to do. So yeah, I think it's going pretty well. I got through a lot of the like underlying body modifications, not totally, but like the reproportioning and everything I think is in a pretty good spot. And then I still need to do all the updates to the outfits. That was sort of where I left off by the end of the holiday. I was a little annoyed because I was looking through... I swear I had started working on the new outfit at some point. Like I had done a little bit just for fun at some point. I cannot find it. If I did that, I don't know where the drawing is. So, that was a little frustrating. But certainly not the end of the world if I have to redo it, especially since I would have needed to redo a lot of the more like specific work anyway to fit it to the new model. But still, it's the principle of not being able to find it. It's very like meh. I feel like knowing what you want to do could get in the way of inspiration in a moment. In a way, yeah. Well, I don't know. I personally find, like, the model takes a lot of planning. It's kind of hard to just do stuff in the moment because you need to have a lot sort of figured out on like what you're going to do and how you're going to do it. But drawings in general, like just an art piece, I somewhat agree, but I think even when you have a plan, there's a lot that you figure out in the moment. It doesn't necessarily deprive you of the opportunity to figure things out. Okay, I want to try one more version of this. It's going to be just a little bit different. This place always feels like crap because you'll find it months later by accident. That is very possible. I mean, admittedly, by that point, it'll be completely not helpful, but at least I'll know where the hell it went, and I'll be like, okay. Okay, I think I know what I want to do here. Maybe. Like, yeah, and say yes, all the fingers on one. Yeah, just there. It's a hand. It's done. It's beautiful. It's art. One thing. So this came up. The New Year stream. We rated Ivy, and they were sort of talking about art and art commissions and all that. And one of the things that I have always done is I do not have a posted list of like, if you want to get a commission, this is how much it's going to cost you. Right? Some people will do charts of like, you know, you want a line drawing, it'll cost you this much. You want color drawing, it'll cost you this much, etc., etc. I have tried doing those in the past, back in like the DeviantArt days. It never helped me land commissions anyway, and I was never a big fan of it, because if I say a color drawing is this amount of money, and then someone's like, okay, cool, I'll take one of those, and I want you to draw a Final Fantasy XIV character with all of this armor and, you know, layering and lots of micro details and whatnot. Like, that is the same amount of money for a drawing that's like twice the amount of work, right? I'm just kind of roughing in the volume of the hand, because the symmetry is going to make it not work for right now. Twitch, before you fucking blow a blood vessel, I am going to put clothes on it later, okay? It's fine. I just need to decide what clothing. Okay, you know what? I think I know. Well, I know part of it. What was I talking about? Right, so my general sort of rule is I will, you know, if someone wants to commission me for a piece, I will discuss it with them, sort of, you know, understand what it is that they want, and then once we've sort of talked it over, I will give them a quote and say, okay, so you want, you know, 2 characters, no background, this level of detail, will cost this much money, right? I prefer to have that level of communication to make sure that we're on the same page about what's involved before we start, you know, throwing the numbers around. And I hate throwing the numbers around. I hate doing the business part. It's necessary, but I don't enjoy it. But Ivy and a few people in her chat were saying that that puts a lot of the onus on them to, you know, be the one to reach out and see if the artist is available, right? Which goes against their own anxieties. And it's like, Okay, I see your point. So, one of the things that I want to sort of lay out, or do this month, I guess is a way to put it, would be to put together some sort of, let's call it a guide, right? A guide of like, okay, if you want to commission, illustrated works are starting at this amount of money. If you want this, it starts at this, right? It is not an absolute price, but here is what you can expect a drawing of this grade, we'll call it, to cost you if you want to commission me. I feel like that's as the best that I can give in that regard, right? Because I don't want to be like, okay, well, this type of drawing or this grade of drawing, this complexity will absolutely cost you this amount of money, and sort of remove my ability to protect against people. Like, I don't think people would do it maliciously or anything, but some people do want really complex characters with a lot of fine details that would take, extra time to go in and layer everything in correctly. It's like, I don't want to do that without sort of accounting for it. I just realized something very silly. I almost forgot the halo, and I'm like, okay, so what is that gonna do in this situation? I know what I want it to do. I'm just figuring out how I'm gonna get it to do the thing. Also, this is a good opportunity to reinforce the non-circular aspect of it that I keep overlooking. Yeah, I know we talked about it some during the New Year's stream, but I'd be curious, especially now that the year is actually kicked off and maybe people are starting to be actionable about it. What are your plans or goals or ideas for the year? Okay, I think that looks pretty good. I really don't like how the arms are shaping up yet. Go ahead and turn symmetry off for a second so that I can actually block out the hands in a way that is meaningful and logical and not awful. That's a bit better. You don't really see other hand in any meaningful way, because this one's gonna be kind of covering it, right? There we go. I say that and then I look at it again, I'm like, I don't like that. It turns out it's kind of stinky. I'm gonna try this instead. That's a bit better. Now let's just make him a bit bigger. Good. Probably just leave the symmetry off at this point. Alternatively, just fingers but no hands. It's like Rayman squared. Just no joints at all. Just the little bits. Just the little in-betweens. Everything floats. Speaking of that, didn't they make an It TV show? Like the Stephen King's It? I never even watched part 2 of the movies that they did a few years back. The first one was good. I liked the first one. I heard the second one was not as good. Which I think kind of just holds up with how it usually kind of goes. I feel like the part of the story with the children is typically the part that everyone knows and likes more. And the part with the adults is kind of like, why is this here? I don't know what story is there to make a TV show out of. Part 2 of what? So the Stephen King story, they made 2 movies a few years back. One was like the first half of the story when all the characters are kids, and one is the second half when everyone's an adult. And then I guess they made a TV show called Welcome to Derry, which is the town where the story takes place. I just don't know what there is to make a show out of. Unless you're trying to like explain the origins of Pennywise, which is really dumb. people don't appreciate the value of narrative ambiguity. Especially in villains and horror. I think there is so much value in just like leaving things open to interpretation and imagination. And just letting things exist without definition. The one that I always come back to is the Reapers in Mass Effect. Because in the first game, they figured it out. It was perfect, right? You have a chance to, and I'm sorry if I'm spoiling Mass Effect for anybody here, but, you know, you have a chance to talk with one of the Reapers. Because, you know, up to this point, you've understood that Sovereign is the name of the antagonist ship. And then the ship starts talking to you and you're like, oh fuck, the ship is alive. The ship is sentient. The Reapers are not some like organization, it's this thing. And so, you know, you're sort of going through all of your dialogue options because, of course, it's a BioWare game. And one of the dialogue options is to ask Sovereign, why are you doing this? What is your motivations? Why do you want to, you know, go through these plans? And I don't remember if at that point it was clear that the Reaper's intentions was to eradicate all life. But you ask him this, and he just says, it's irrelevant. Right? Like, I could tell you, but you're all going to die anyway. And it's just a waste of effort, so I'm not going to do it. I'm just like, cool, mechanical, cosmic horror. Locked in, no further explanation needed. Perfect, no notes. And then in the subsequent 2 games, they went on to explain the motivation of the Reapers, and I was like, guys, you had it. It was right there. It was perfect. And you were like, but what if we ruined it? What if we took our perfect ambiguous explanation and then just threw it out? I'm gonna leave this kind of, speaking of ambiguous, I'm just gonna leave this part open and we'll paint in the shapes of the hair that I want later. But this is not quite hitting the, I think trying to get too exacting with it here is not getting the results that I want. Ambiguous is fun, flat out saying it's not so fun. Generally, yes. Like, there are definitely some things that you need to explain. There are some things you need to explain. There are certain rules that you need to establish, right? Like with Doom, they needed to explain the personal shields enough that you understand why everybody is using swords and not guns. But sort of beyond that, it's like, okay, you don't really need to understand like the specifics of how the personal shields work mechanically, just that they work. Don't really need an explanation of how the spice allows people to navigate fast and light travel. You just need to understand that it is possible. And then the audience is kind of willing to go, okay, yeah, sounds good. I think midichlorians is one of the best worst examples of over-explaining. Mini chlorines. Yes, the tiny little chlorine molecules. No, midichlorians. The really dumb one, the really dumb thing about that is that there was a perfectly good explanation that was like sitting right next to what they went with. That maybe the midichlorians are just a symbiotic, you know, microbe that is attracted to the Force. Right? It congregates in places and in the bodies of creatures that are strong in it. It has nothing to do with the Force itself. It's just an indicator of a high concentration. So you can still use it as a blood test to be like, oh wow, the Force is strong with this one, but it's not actively causing it like they say in the movie. That's just dumb. Nobody liked that. Just advanced tardigrades. It turns out it's just telepathic space tardigrades. All the troubles of the galaxy. Space bears. It's all because of the tiny space bears. You just hold your hands forward and a giant cloud of screaming space bears comes out of your fingertips. Palpatine's just like, what the fuck? That's a new one. There we go. It's not a new outfit, it's just the tube top and the long pants. New outfit is gonna be later this year. I think that's pretty good. I'm not 100% on the crotch, but it's okay. Yeah, that's a bit better. Good. There we go. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. I'm gonna do one little adjustment, so I want to bring the eyes up. I feel like we don't have enough room at the moment for the split on the face. Good. Leave the symmetry on for a minute while I do a couple of these little adjustments. Faye was running into a similar sort of conundrum of sorts last night that I feel like I'm gonna run into this year. That, you know, part of the reason that we were able to get so many drawings done is because we weren't doing any game development, right? Our Thursdays were either dedicated to doing more art or playing more games. And for the most part, we did not really spend any time working on our game. Which is something that I want to fix this year. But, you know, Faye was a little disappointed, so she does a thing called adoptables. The general sort of premise is you come up with a character design, and then if people like it, they can sort of bid on it. You know, they can pay money to adopt the character, and then it becomes their character to do with as they wish, right? They can use it in stories, they can use it in tabletops, whatever they want. It's their character now. It has gone to a loving home of someone that will enjoy using them for their own creative endeavors. You know, so she was kind of a little disappointed, right? That she had not done as many adoptable characters this year as she had the previous years. But it's also like, well, we're also doing all this other stuff this year, right? Doing conventions and doing comic stuff and doing all these other projects. It's like, yeah, so you didn't have as much time to dedicate to this particular pursuit. That's kind of, you know, understandable. But, you know, I'm probably going to run into a similar problem of like, well, if I'm doing more game dev stuff, if I'm doing more, you know, projects elsewhere, it means I'm not going to have as much time to do just illustrations. I'm not going to be able to draw as much. So you just gotta be aware and considerate when the time comes of like, if, oh, you know, if I don't have as many drawings to show, it can be like, well, because we were doing all this other stuff. It's fine. I would flip the drawing over, but I don't think it would help very much this time. I just want to see something really quickly. I think I'll leave it vertical. I saw something while eating and was intrigued. It's on Twitter that Elgato and Corsair. Oh, I did see that keyboard. I saw it was $350. I was like, eh. I suppose it makes sense given the amount of hardware that's going into that keyboard. Yeah, it has a built-in Stream Deck, which is neat. I mean, I can't say I'm not intrigued by a Stream Deck. I use my phone effectively as one. Steam Duck. Hi, I'm Gabe Newell, and I'd like to introduce you to my duck. It depends on the functionality of the Stream Deck because some Stream Decks are like $250 to $300. Yeah, they're very expensive, which I was talking with my coworkers about that today. It's like, you know, you can make something cheap by expecting to sell a lot of it, or it can be a very like niche product that is going to be popular with a small subset of people, but it also means you can't expect to sell a lot of them, so each one is going to be quite expensive, right? And Stream Decks are definitely in that latter group. I don't know, like okay, I'm gonna throw a lot of shade here, and it's undeserved, because I don't really have enough personal experience to really say this with any form of authority. I have always kind of felt like Corsair was more style than substance. I've never been particularly impressed with Corsair stuff, right?
If you're watching this video sitting down, I'm gonna need you to fix your fucking posture, you croissant-looking letter C crescent moon ass scoliosis motherfucker.
This isn't to say necessarily that they're bad, but I would not be my main concern, right? Would not be like I would be more concerned with like how good is the keyboard? Is it durable? Is it responsive? And then, what sort of features does it have? But I don't know, I just feel like every time I see Corsair stuff, it always seems like it's more concerned with like the pomp and circumstance than how good of an actual piece of hardware is it. Again, I'm throwing a lot of shade here, and it is not really backed up by personal experience or anything. It's more just like when I see advertisements for Corsair stuff, that is my impression. Also, I think Corsair makes RAM, and I don't feel like the RAM has ever been particularly good. Stream Deck buttons are pretty customizable because, yeah. Oh, trust me, I have looked at a Stream Deck. I have considered them. But they've never, for me, they have never been worth it, price-wise. Especially since I can just turn my phone into a Stream Deck. Thank you, Macro Deck. I love you. Yeah, the RAM apocalypse is a whole other problem that I am not a fan of. Really hoping that bubble bursts this year. Well, we shall see. Okay, I think that'll do. Probably gonna end up redoing a lot of this hair as we go, but we'll figure it out. You'll figure it out in its own time. Alrighty, Tisha. It's good to see ya. I hope you have a very good start to your year as well. I appreciate you dropping by, and I hope you have a very good rest of your week. I'm gonna say goodnight. also saw Razer is making a holographic AI desk companion. I'm sorry, I couldn't even finish that sentence. I was filled with a visceral revulsion. Okay. That's enough sketching. We know what we're doing here. Oh, there's a gap here. Damn it. Kind of a holographic woman or figure. To quote Commander Riker, I don't need your fantasy woman. I can be my own fantasy woman. Be the fantasy woman you want to see in the world. It's very weird. There are weird things on Twitter, like a Fallout Dave's Hot Chicken. Sure. You know what? Sure. I'm sure there's somebody that's excited by the prospect of that. And to them I say, have fun. Enjoy yourselves. I don't get it, but it's clearly not for me. I don't like these arms. I'm gonna have to rework them in the paint over, but it's okay. We're gonna go ahead with it because it's not a big deal right this moment. Exclusive stim pack sauce injector and custom packaging while supplies. Stim pack sauce. Are we talking like a prop? Not sponsored, by the way. I never did finish Fallout, the show. Again, it wasn't even that bad, I just got busy with other stuff and kind of wandered off and never got back to it. I thought it was pretty good, just, I don't know, wasn't really my focus. I think Fallout to me is kind of too bleak for me to really enjoy that much. Like, there's never really a sense that things are going to get better in Fallout. This is just kind of the way that the world is now. It's like, oh, well, that sucks. Plastic syringe. Okay, so it is a little prop thing. That's kind of cute. Why not? How many times do I have to type hair before I can actually spell it correctly? The answer might surprise you. Yeah, I'm not gonna worry too much about the specifics of the hair. I feel like we're gonna be here for a while if I get too fixated on it. What? Okay, there we go. I was very confused why it wasn't picking up everything. There you go. Snooker slippers. Yes. Just equip before you get to the real weird shit. And then you'll be an old mage filled with regret. Good. I try not to avoid... I do browse Twitter a little bit. Blue Sky is a lot easier to browse. I don't follow as many people on Blue Sky. And it's just generally a quieter place, which honestly I kind of like. One thing that I was considering, might be interested in knowing, Dave Filoni and Lin-Wen Brennan are replacing Kathleen Kennedy as co-presidents of Lucas. Well, that's interesting. I don't know Lin-Wen Brennan. But that is fascinating. There's potential there. We can work with this. I don't know. I like Dave Filoni. I think he's got a pretty good eye for a lot of this stuff. I will totally acknowledge that he can get a little bit hee hee ha ha, I'm gonna play with my toys. I don't mean that in like a bad way. It's kind of an affectionate way. But like it gets okay, so the real bad example of this was in Book of Boba Fett, where they put like an episode or two of The Mandalorian in a different show. And so to be fully caught up on The Mandalorian, you needed to watch both TV shows. And it's like, okay, but what if I don't? What if I just decide that I don't want to do that? That was the worst case of it. But I don't think it's necessarily the only case, and you know, it's like, alright. CW, Flash, and Arrow. Okay. Well, listen, Happy New Year. I hope you're doing well. If you're having a good start to it, good week. Welcome in. Okay, so I liked Arrow up to a point. I liked Arrow up to a point. I liked Flash up to a point. And I feel like both of them overstayed their welcome by a pretty substantial margin. Art is going well. I think we're off to a good start. I'm just doing in the color blocking. Starting things off pretty casual. How are you? So Arrow had, let's say, issues. I think the biggest issue that it had, in my opinion, well, so the story went in some weird places that yes. Its biggest issue is that it felt forced. The main thing that sprung to mind was the first season had a mystery going back and forth, right? Like they were doing this sort of flashback sequencing and then present sequencing, and you, like, by the end of the season, you saw how the two informed each other, and you're like, oh, that's really interesting. Right? And that worked well for the first season. But then they kept doing it for some reason. And it's just like, why? Like, we got what we needed out of this narrative structure. Why are you still doing it? It's not required for us to enjoy the story. Stop doing it. You're still doing it. Cease. Yeah, Flash was fun. I liked the first season of Flash. I think the second season just wasn't as compelling. Also, there's a whole thing Like the scene that made me stop watching was just like cringe as fuck. And I was just like, alright, I'm not here for it. No, he was a really good pick, and even the guy that I think they got to play Arrow was really good as a younger Arrow. I'm forgetting the name of the person, but the actor or the person that is the Green Arrow. In both cases, I liked. I thought it was good acting or good casting decisions. It's just eventually the writing kind of ran out of anything to do. Aw, Lucid, thank you for the resub with your Prime Gaming account. I really appreciate the support, and it's good to have you with us. The guy who played Arrow has a TikTok was wildly different. Like, because of the TikTok? TikTok. Not even once. I'm gonna drop the waistline by a bit. I think it's a bit too high up at the moment. A little bit. Listen, from Arrow not having seen anything. Oh, that's what you mean. Okay. Well, at least he was a goofball and not like a weirdo. I feel like we get too many of those. Where it's like, I like this guy in this show, and then you look him up and you're like, oh no. We'll leave that there for now. I think there's gonna be another. Actually, here, let's just do this. And just drop the line on this so we can see more of the gem. That'll do. And then, let's go ahead and play Flash for new DC. That's good. No, he was good. I am perpetually amazed by DC's inability to land projects. Like, you have some of the most iconic characters ever conceived, and you can't get it to work. What you doing over there? What is going on that this is so difficult? Okay, so yeah, I think this is gonna be pretty much an orthogonal view from the top. We're just gonna go ahead and sort of fill this in like so. When they finally got a Superman, I still haven't seen it, but the one last year, I've heard very good things about. Like, it was just a good, fun Superman. Which is like, wow, what a concept. Just making a fun movie out of Superman. Though, to be fair, I don't find Superman that compelling of a character. I think there's interesting stuff about the character from like an ideological standpoint, but it's very hard to write a story about him. I feel like most of the interesting stories have already been written. Okay, I'm probably gonna rework the Halo a little bit. People seem a bit mixed because they really played him as a good to a fault guy. Yeah, but I feel like that's the Christopher Reeves Superman as well, right? Like, he's just kind of good. He's just good. Well, especially after we had, like, Man of Steel, where it's like, what if we tried to make Superman a more morally gray character? It's like, no, this didn't work. I think we just need something simpler and better. Like, let's start with a good framework and we'll go from there. Honestly, I don't know that I even... Well, they are working on another movie. I think they're working on, was it Supergirl? Which, I don't know, that could be fun. And that's kind of the thing to me, right, is, in my opinion, well, and I think one of the things that makes... Okay, so there's... we could go down a huge rabbit hole of, like, nuances of comics and whatnot. I don't see it myself because the scene people keep referencing is giving crap to people about punching first rather than trying to talk down a fight. Sure. I don't know. I haven't seen it myself, but that just sounds like people trying to nitpick. I don't know. So, I grew up with the animated series, right? Batman and Superman animated series, which led into Justice League. And all of those were really good. All of those were so good. Kevin Conroy, rest in peace, you absolute legend. But I don't know, to me, I think Superman works well as one end of a moral spectrum, right? Someone that has the ability to do whatever he wants and chooses to do good with that. Which I think most people would struggle with. I think even good people, given the opportunity to have the final say would struggle to maintain a standard of absolute good. And I think that's where his character is interesting. And then, you know, conversely, you have Batman, who is still good. He's still a good guy. But the way that he goes about those things is not as straightforward, shall we say. I don't think anyone is absolute good, right? But I think that's part of the point of Superman, is, you know, this is a character that we can aspire to be. It's not necessarily something that we can realistically achieve, but we can still hold that target in our minds and our hearts and move in that direction. Or try at the very least. So, yeah, you know, you have Batman sort of forming one end of the axis and Superman forming the other end of the axis, and the rest of the Justice League sort of falls somewhere in the middle. Right? And, you know, Batman and Superman have their disagreements with each other, but sort of recognize the value of each other, and that, you know, each of them contributes something that they themselves can't provide, and so they put up with each other and actually sort of form something resembling a friendship. And it's good. You know, it's so good that to a lesser degree, the MCU copied it with Iron Man and Captain America. That, like, you have Steve Rogers. Steve Rogers is right. Steve Rogers is right at all times. If you're ever confused, look at Steve and go, what should we do? And whatever he says, you do that. Because Steve Rogers is right. It's Captain America. And then, you know, Tony knows that he is not right all the time. He is too proud to admit it, but then he also, you know, most of his character conflict is trying and failing to do the right thing and overcorrecting when he tries to do something good and it doesn't work. Right? The dude operates in extremes. And ultimately, you know, recognizes is like, okay, Steve seems to have a better inherent sense for this. And the best thing that I can hope to do, or the best way that I can contribute to doing good, is to listen to what he says. It's more or less where they land by the end, right? I think the big problem that DC has compared to Marvel, and this is a... Oh, thank you for the hand pants. So sweet. I think this is a long-running problem that DC has, I will say, struggled with. Or perhaps a better way to put it is that Marvel sort of set themselves up a bit better than DC did. DC has iconic characters, right? They have Greek legend type characters, right? They've got Batman, they've got Superman, they've got Wonder Woman, they've got Green Lantern, they've got the Flash, they've got instantly recognizable characters, and some of them have more nuance than others do, but many of them are kind of, what's the right word, monolithic, I guess? A little bit. Close enough. And I think Superman exemplifies this the best, that it's like, okay, great moral standing of a character, right? Great definition. Very hard to write for, because there's not a lot, in my opinion, that you can do with such a like morally and emotionally single direction character. I'm not going to necessarily say single dimension, but compared to Alrighty, Mage, appreciate you hanging out. It's good to have you with us. Thank you again for the resub, and I hope you get some very good rest. Everyone say good night. You know, compare that to Marvel characters, where, you know, a lot of them are sort of built around ambiguity and complexity, and the need to sort of define themselves. Is the arguably the most well-known and popular Marvel characters are X-Men as a collective and Spider-Man, right? Which are all just like really given the implication of being just people with unusual circumstances. Whereas DC really leans into the super people. You know, don't get me wrong, I love Batman. I love Green Lantern. But I can definitely understand Marvel characters being easier to write for, to come up with conflicts to throw at them. Okay, what are we doing for shading on this? I think it's just going to be a really neutral blue. But that's okay, because we know how to do these now. One of my great accomplishments from this year is knowing how to do cool shading. I have the technology. I forgot the eyeliner again. Maybe that should be one of my New Year's goals, is stop forgetting the fucking eyeliner. Let's go and do that before I forget. Where's the eyes? go. I don't remember if I mentioned on the New Year's stream. I did eventually get Star Citizen to work while I was out of town. It took a bit of finagling, not because the connection, the remote connection to my desktop was bad. That was remarkably good. I was very impressed by how well that worked. The main problem was getting the joystick to communicate. We ended up testing with a few different joysticks before figuring out a system that worked. So I was able to play. I am kind of getting to a point with the game where I don't have a lot that I'm aiming to do. I ended up spending a bunch of time in Pyro, which I didn't think I was going to do much of, because Pyro is a very... Oh, excuse me. Very sort of dangerous, lawless area where I was expecting to get shot at constantly, and thankfully I did not. There were a couple of times where people were looking at me, and I was like, I'm gone. I'm gonna go now. But nothing actually turned into a fight, which was nice. But yeah, it's not like, oh, you know, I have everything that I want. It's just sort of like, I don't know how much there's like other stuff that I want to do. The other, I don't know, like there's some stuff that I want to do, but I think there's two sort of factors in the way. Factor one, so the economy is completely demolished. You know, there are exploits and glitches and duplications and whatnot, such that people just have entirely too much money, right? And so you know, the devs can't really like test the economy properly because everyone has so much money that it's immaterial, right? It's like, okay, well, we don't want people using... How much should we charge for ammunition in a gun, right? The answer is it doesn't matter because people have billions of credits. So unless you make a single magazine cost millions of credits, they're just gonna shrug it off and buy as much as they need. And if they have ways to continue to get more money without even trying, then it doesn't matter how much you charge for something because they'll just dupe more money. Right? If they just have infinite money glitches, then money is not an actual thing. So, at some point in the near-ish future, it is expected that they're going to do a wipe. Right? It is unclear what the extent of said wipe is going to be. Whether they are going to just clean out everyone's wallet and possibly their inventories, or if they are going to reset everyone to 0, right? Ships, inventories, wallets, top to bottom, everyone just starts as a fresh character with whatever ships you have bought with real money. Right? That's kind of the advantage right now, is if you have bought a ship with money, then when everything gets reset, you still have whatever purchases you have made. Whereas like me, having just bought a starter ship, that's the only thing that I would have. So, you know, there is... That is going to happen at some point. And so, you know, to some degree, it's like, okay, well, how much do I really want to, like, actively put a bunch of time trying to save up money and such in the game if that's just gonna get reset? I got enough money that I can buy a prospector, mining ship. And I will probably... I want to go ahead and get that before the reset happens, but that's kind of it, right? The other limitation of sorts is there's a lot of stuff in the game that doesn't really serve much of a purpose right now. So, like, the ASD facilities, the mad scientist facilities, one of the main cool rewards you can get out of completing it is a set of Geist or Weist, I don't remember which, stealth armor. And the base stealth armor looks pretty cool, and then there's a rare variant that you can get that's like it has a hood and a cape, and it looks really cool. It looks really good with the extra adornments. Some people get it because it looks really cool, but it doesn't actually afford any stealth benefits because there's no stealthing in the game right now, really. Like, you can crouch to sneak around and make less noise and avoid, you know, being visually detected by being behind cover, but there aren't security systems to sneak around that the armor helps you avoid scans or avoid detection by security, right? That aspect of the game isn't implemented yet, which is fine. It's understandable. But it's like, okay, this is still in development, we're working on it. Okay, but it makes it not as appealing of a reward to get armor that doesn't really have an effect or a benefit to using it over using something else. Whereas I already got the heavy armor out of the deeper facility that provides twice the damage mitigation in a firefight, and that part works right now. So I kind of already have the thing that I would care about or really want to go get. So it's like, why would I really want to go back other than just sort of the enjoyment of playing through the facility? Which, don't get me wrong, it was fun, but, you know, after so many times you don't really want to do it again. Especially when there's parts that you don't enjoy and you don't really want to suffer it unless it's for a specific purpose. So between the two, I don't know, like, I will say this is better than normal because a lot of times when I do sort of quit Star Citizen for a while, it's because the game gets too frustrating to play. And this isn't that I'm frustrated with it, it's more just kind of like I'm just waiting for the next thing to happen. I feel like I kind of have gotten my fill for the moment, which, yeah, is better is better than my normal experiences are. So I will give it that much. we'll see where it's going. Hopefully this year is good for it, and hopefully this year they release Squadron, which would be a huge step for the company, for Star Citizen, for all of it. Okay, I think that's good enough. Almost. Let's put a little bit on the fingers here. On the hands, just to give them a bit of a better sense of dimension. I did boot up Dune for a little bit, just to sort of get that machine moving again, get it rolling, and sort of see what it's going to behave like. Not a lot. They've been adding some stuff to it. I saw there were a couple of new resources to build with, which is kind of neat. Nothing too crazy right out the gate. What I found was a really interesting little challenge of sorts. A lot of the gear that I had when I stopped playing was relatively high level, right? And that, you know, higher level gear requires... Oh, thank you. Thank you for the headbands. That the higher level gear requires similarly high level materials to repair. So, since I don't have those high level materials to repair anymore, as I lose them, or as my stuff breaks, I'm not able to repair it. And so I don't have like a suspensor belt or anything anymore because it's broken and I can't fix it. So I'm gonna need to... Honestly, what I was hoping to do was like scavenge some finished stuff off of enemies and whatnot and just use that in the meantime while I can sort of get my production line up and going again. We'll see. I don't know, I'm probably gonna play it for a little bit. I'm glad they added the base restoration options, because doing that, you know, I can log in and play for a little while until I get bored, and then I can just store my base and stop playing for a month or two and come back and unpack the base and just kind of keep going, right? I can pick up where I left off as opposed to my current situation of having to spend multiple play sessions just sort of getting back to where I was. I think is a much better plan. And I appreciate them going in that direction. I think it is a good move on their part. What does color dodge look like? I do kind of like that more. What if we did like a half and half? Yeah, something like that. I think that works okay. To add our subsurface treatment. One of the things I'm sort of figuring out still is how much this little boundary space should cover, right? Because it shouldn't be that broad. It shouldn't diffuse the boundary of the shadows so much that it just sort of shifts ambiguously from tone to tone, right? I feel like some of the attempts have sort of drifted into that, where it's a little bit too much, a little bit too soft, too diffused. It needs to be a little bit more distinction between the two. I'm actually gonna back into the shadow and remove a little bit on the inside of the neck here. To round that out a bit. Good. just knock that back to like 60%. 50. Good. Alright. Give me this back, because I forgot to add shading into the eyes. Good. Okay. I'm gonna do one more thing. So I want to take the hair colors. And just pop that in like so. And then one other thing. I think we're good with this though. I think we got pretty much all the coloring that we want. Except where did I put... There's the water tones. Good. So I want to take everything that we just made. We're going to duplicate it. And we are going to merge it. And attach that to the color for the line work. Okay, and then let's just make the line work a little bit darker just so it stands out a bit more clearly. There we go. Okay. I'm thinking how much I want to sort of copy directly off of the source material, as opposed to try and make something a little bit more original. Okay. Okay, I think that'll work. I'm gonna spend a little bit more time on the background before we really start sort of diving into the paint process. Just want to have it in a good sort of general spot, general idea of what we're doing here. I might close the eyes as well. I might just decide to look better. We'll see. I'm certainly not happy with the expression at the moment, but we'll see. Might get somewhere else with it. Okay. Easy. I'm sort of realizing, so I'm there's a frame in Freerun that this is based off of. Right, I really liked it and was like, I want to try doing something of a similar feel, a similar vein. But one of the things I'm sort of realizing is the way that I have drawn it is not fit exactly the same way. You know, one of the things, one of the elements is that the shot, because you know it's for the anime, is a landscape ratio, whereas I switched it over to a portrait ratio. I was thinking about, should I switch it back? Because in this way, the character ends up taking up a lot more of the canvas, right? In the Freerun frame, because more of it is dedicated to background, they can put a lot more complexity in there, and so it makes more sense, and they're able to show more of what the environment is doing. Whereas this, I don't really have the real estate to do as much as they did. And so there's sort of a question of, well, do I want to switch it back? Do I want to go landscape so that I can have more environmental storytelling? Or do I want to just sort of leave it where it is and focus on the character? I think for the sake of argument, let's at least consider what that would look like. So we're going to scale it down and then size this up to 4,000. So that would look like this. If we scale it sideways, it would look something like that. You know what? Let's give it a try. Because what that can also do is just give us more space to sort of frame the character, right? With it being landscape, I'm kind of... everything is very sort of like cut in very close. So it becomes almost claustrophobic. Whereas this will give me more room to sort of create like a framing device. You're gonna make me bald at this rate, but thank you. I'm trying to stop my head from overheating. Put a little bit of actual shoreline over here with, you know, maybe some rocks coming out into the water. Something a little more defined. So we can have more of like a grounding object. Some vines that are sort of creeping into the water and floating. The other thing that I think we'll need to sort of consider, we got 2 left. What, 2 head pats? Damn, inflation's even coming for the head pats. I keep thinking about what other redeem ideas there are. I'm not very creative when it comes to those sorts of things. Hmm. I see. I see, yes. Yes, I understand if it is not right now, but when you do have something that you would like some on-stream feedback, do let me know. That is what it is there for. Keep kind of going back and forth on what I want to do. Some old pieces, something new. I don't know when a good time to use it. I would say like the only general guideline would be if you redeemed it during a game period, like when we're playing a game, I would wait for the next art section of stream to make good on it, if that makes sense. But beyond that, I don't know. I'm gonna be honest, I have no idea what I'm doing right now. I'm just kind of messing around. Just making shapes and seeing if anything is appealing. This is one thing I'm sort of trying to get over, is giving the impression that I always know what I'm doing or I always have a plan, because I don't. I feel like the teacher that comes in and I don't have a plan is just like, alright, so I'm just gonna put Bill Nye on for the rest of the day, and y'all just watch that. Okay, this is starting to sort of get somewhere. I think at the very least we're starting to get sort of a framing element out of it, which is nice. It's doing something. I'm not fully on board with it yet, but it feels like it's getting somewhere. And like, you cannot see it at all. Like, if we thumbnail it, I feel like it's starting to get into something interesting. But it's still a ways off. The impression of like an underwater rock here. See, part of me is tempted to cut back on the background stuff, just because I was like, initially I was sort of looking at this like, oh, this would be a fun little, fairly simple thing to start the year out with, and trying to do all this environment stuff is straying away from that simplicity, right? It is adding a lot of complexity to the drawing, but at the same time, I kind of want to welcome the challenge, you know? I'm just like, well, if this is something that doesn't come intuitively, if it is not immediately obvious how to solve it, then let's take the time to solve it. Let's take it on as a challenge and start the year off strong with an opportunity to do something new. Sort of trying to create this like rocky creek bed or river bed. Sort of keep that slight vignetting going, right? So the brightest sections sort of around the focal center. Try not to outline things too much, but rather sort of build the shapes out. Listen, I feel like you're doing that two buttons meme of like, more head pats or get our critique. It's kind of getting somewhere. It's not bad. That was it. Can you believe Lo-Fi Girl has been on YouTube for 10 years? I guess it kind of makes sense, because I was putting Lo-Fi Girl on my part-time job in 2019 was almost 7 years ago. It was really good because we had just a really simple little laptop sort of in the employee space that was just hooked up to the sound system. So, you know, everyone would just sort of get their turn to put on whatever music they wanted to for the day. And a lot of times when it was my turn, I would put on lo-fi. And I worked like every other day. So, you know, there were times where I would put it on and leave and come back in 2 days and it was still on because it was just so like chill that nobody noticed it to change it. Nobody thought about it. It was just like such good chill background music that everyone was just like, yeah. Yeah, no, this makes sense. This is good. Just easygoing music. It's the chill guy of music. Okay, we're starting to get something. I'm not sure what yet, but it's something. I don't know if I quite... Well, I definitely don't like it yet. And I think it's getting there. I want to try something that might not work, but I want to try it anyway and see how I feel. Exactly. It's like, what if we added a little bit of perspective? Maybe that would make me feel a bit more engaged with the environment, would help define it a little bit better. Not a lot, right? Like, we don't want to put in so much that it like confuses or makes the drawing ambiguous. Not exactly the right word, but you know, just enough to sort of give a change, right? That's kind of interesting. Marxism Chang, someone. I appreciate it. I only have my perspective, you know, so to me it's like I see all the brushstrokes, I see the work, I see the iteration, I'm like, I don't know about it. It does, I did turn the time lapse on, yes? Yes. It does help sometimes to go back and watch the time lapses and be like, oh shit, okay. There was some wild stuff that happened here. I think the main thing I'm looking at right now is just, I'm looking at this sort of riverbed texture and it just feels very like rough. Like it looks like a giant slab of rock that sort of has some like crevices and ridges in it. It doesn't feel soft, I guess. I want to keep working at that. Okay. But I think it's a good starting point. I want to work at the, I want to start in before we wrap up for the night. I'm going to start doing some of the paint over stuff, and I think Article 1 is I want to figure out the eyes and the expression. Because I'm not impressed yet with where we got with this. Though I think a big part of it is with the softness of the line work, the eyebrows are not really showing up. I think the eyebrows in this one are really important to sort of conveying the expression. Because everything else about it is so neutral. And I think without a clear sort of explanation from that, it becomes kind of hard to tell like what is supposed to be happening. Try opening up the eyes a little bit more. You know what would probably also really help the situation? That's instantly like 1,000 times better. Just less completely dead and uninterested in the world. So I'm gonna bring in a drawing really quickly from a year ago, so we can compare, right? Actually, this is in the 2024 section. So, this was the drawing that I did for Coco for her birthday last year, right? Using her, as of yet, unpremiered new design. I bring it up because you see, right? We got the highlights in the eyes, gives her a nice, soft, friendly expression. But then we have the demon version, where we get rid of that. Like, the difference that having, I mean, obviously there's other things going on, but the difference of having the reflection in the eyes, the little highlight, versus not having it is dramatic. So it's one of those things that I will bring in early on just to help sort of maintain, like, this is what I want to do, right? This is the expression I wanted to have, sort of use it as a sanity check. I think now that we have sort of realized, like, okay, that's what's feeling wrong. It's not necessarily the openness of the eyes or the shape of the mouth, it was the absence of that soul. I think we can go in and sort of return things to a more neutral resting position and sort of figure out where we want to go from there. That said, okay, so we've got the subsurface, we got the highlight, we got the okay, so water tone should be on top of the shadow, like that. There we go. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. And then it should be on top of that as well. Good. And then it should be on top of all of these, actually. Yes. Good. Okay, that feels better. There's one more thing I want to do with you. Where'd the shadow go? Okay, so if we just take that off. Yeah, I kind of like that more. I like that a lot more, actually. We just don't have any like darkening tones from the shadow. It's all just like shifting color. I mean, there's a little bit of darkening going on, but it's much more focused on like the tone in versus out of the water, rather than like becoming darker. I like that. That's good. That's fun. Also, just give you guys a little sneak peek. I saved. Is it on Twitter or Blue Sky? I want to say it was on Twitter. No, not that. I saw this drawing by Momotex that I really liked. I just really liked like the color tone. Right, again, that sort of sense of like the shaded areas are not darker, they're just a different color. So at some point I want to do a drawing like this. So please look forward to it. So we'll have a little bit, right, of this sort of occluded all the way around, oh, excuse me, the form shading in some areas. But a lot of it is going to be more about this tonal shift, right? Sort of in and out of the water. It also kind of makes sense, right? Because the water is going to be reflecting some light back up, so you're going to be getting less dramatic shadows where it's doing that little bit of refraction. See, we're still learning. Hopefully we always will be. There's never a finish line with this stuff, right? We're never, hopefully we never get to a point of like, yeah, we're good. We're done. We figured it all out. GG, game over. What's the fun in that? I forget what I was talking about with my family, but at one point, you know, saying to them, it's like, I worry about the point. I somewhat fear the point where we say there are no more questions to answer. Right? We have figured it all out. We have solved the universe and it's over. It's done. There's nothing left to solve. There's nothing left to ask. We got it. At that point, it's like, well, what else is there to do? It was fine to get to, yeah, we figured it out. This reality, you'll end up finding something else to do. Sure. Yes, in terms of a particular problem, a particular question that you're trying to find the answer to, yeah, absolutely. I think it is fine to reach a satisfying conclusion. More in the general, like, the total sense, the holistic sense of I have no further questions. Like, it's existential. The other really sort of interesting thing that I'm setting myself up with here is figuring out how to get a sort of water tone, right? Because we don't want it to be so, like, you don't want the water to come across as, like, thick. And so we don't, especially where it's like very thin, where it's right up against the point of contact, we don't want it to be so obscuring in the color that it sort of overtakes the underlying surfaces. So water, unless water has a lot of stuff floating in it, it's not going to do that. We still want to give sort of a clear sense of like the point of contact, like, oh, you know, this part is above the surface and this part is below the surface. And some of that will be through the tone, but I think some of it will also be through lighting. I'm gonna need to figure out these fucking arms because I have not set myself up super well with them. But it's okay. We'll get there. I mostly just, I don't like the shape. I think they look funny. I think they kind of lack some amount of like dimensionality. Trying to find a little bit of a reference image really quickly, see if I can find something that'll help me out. Okay. Oh, yeah, okay. I think I have notions. Excuse me, could you hide your symmetry? Turn that off. Let's turn that off. Don't need it right now. Thank you. Yeah, I think I just made the elbow too low. Like the bone, the joint of the elbow was going down too far and it like made arm too long? Definitely part of it. So we can sort of adjust the angle, double check the shape of it, because if the upper arm is sort of resting okay. 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 I think the arms are too short. So here's kind of the problem. Here's kind of the problem. I'm gonna go back over here. Excuse me. So, just, no, not that. Let's just copy the line work out of here for a minute. I'm gonna bring it over here to look at it. So here's kind of what I think we're going back and forth against. So the arms, the foreshortening on the arms is not, yes, exactly. The foreshortening is not going to be so severe to sort of get it to this position. The stomach would need to be out much farther. So either the arms need to be down farther. I think the elbow here is about in the right spot. I think the arms would either need to be down farther, or the arm needs to be out farther. This would be more like that. was the way the Freerin drawing got past that is she has the arms crossing. So the wrists are more sort of lying on top of each other. They're actually a little bit past each other, and that lets the arms rest more at her sides. Sort of relaxed over her sides even. Yes. Yeah, that was essentially what inspired it. So yeah, we have those two options essentially, right? We can sort of widen the arms out. Or we can just go ahead and admit the Freerin had it right the whole time, which admittedly I probably should have done from the beginning, and just let the arms sort of drape more over the sides of the figure. Not try and put the hands together, but sort of let them go like that. Honestly, that feels more relaxed, I think. Because I was thinking to have the arms, like, out away from the body in the water, but it just felt like too much of an anatomical drawing. Didn't feel very natural. And the one on the left feels more like a maid's pose or something, like someone standing at attention waiting. Yeah, so if we like elevate it a bit more, I think that could work. Okay, other arm aiming upwards. See, if they were lying on a solid surface, I think that would work. I think floating in water, there needs to be a more even positioning, right? Because otherwise you start to get an imbalance and you're gonna tip. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna be stubborn about this. I'm gonna do the stupid thing. We're not gonna redraw it. We're gonna need to sort of figure this out anyway. Yeah, and it's not deep water, but it is deep enough to float in. Mm-hmm. I don't normally draw this way, but we're gonna do it. Thank you. I'll figure it out. We're getting there. Let's go ahead and hide the existing hands, right? Just so we're not getting distracted by them. What do you want the hands to be doing in this case? Mostly resting. I had the thought that they would be sort of cupping each other, but now I think it's kind of an interesting idea to have one of them sort of like gently stroking at the gem. They're a little bit offset from each other. We can do sort of something a little bit more. A little bit straighter. Don't normally do block painting like this. Might move the hand up to do it more. Let's give it a try. See what that looks like. Okay, I should probably do this with a single color first, and then we'll figure out the split. Oop, careful. Yeah, I think it's something like that. It's definitely a bit more interesting. Yeah. Need to sort of clean everything up as vermouser at the moment. Not that. What the f- You ever have those days where your clothes just explode off your body for no reason? Very awkward. Okay, so now the question is, are the arms long enough? And they are not. They are still not. Because we didn't really, well, kind of. I guess it's going back up enough. This on top of the left hand or sort of float over onto the forearm. Yeah, I think the right. Admittedly, I did do this backwards. Oop. Yeah, I think this one we're gonna try to bring back down. And sort of extend it out a little bit like this, so it's more like resting on the midriff. Because that one makes more sense to sort of have at rest, and that can sort of drape over the body, which explains, you know, where the length of it is going. The top, the right arm, their right arm. Is closer. It is closer. I think. I'm not sure the hand is about right. Yeah, I don't think it needs to be. Oh, let me check. Okay, so elbow. Yeah, it's about right. I think if we bring this maybe down a bit farther, that sort of remove some of this forearm. This would give it a little bit more length and a bit more sense of it coming back up the other way, right? It's like, where is the arm going? Where's the length getting put into, so to speak? I think that's getting somewhere. It's better at the very least. No, let's not bring... I was gonna sort of trim the outside of the arm, but I think we want to do the opposite. I think we want to trim the inside so that we keep what distance the arm is sort of covering. Like that. We're gonna need to redo all of the color gradients and water contact and all of that, but that's okay. We'll figure it out once we sort of finish resolving this little crisis. Hide a bit more of the arm just so it's not confusing us. Okay, we're getting somewhere, I think. It's really interesting. It is interesting. Okay. So we got, what do we got? We got the wrist, right? So then this arm, or rather this hand, sort of drape over the side of the body. We wouldn't see it. You know, orthogonal to the body. We'd see it sort of disappear over the side. And then yeah, because of the perspective of the camera, we might see a little bit more. We might see it sort of overlap the forearm without actually resting on it. Okay. It's something. It's something. Would there be more options on how you could be caressing the gym? Options? I suppose so. Excuse me. Okay. That's a bit better. Yeah. Okay. So I think the position now makes more sense. So the next question of sorts is double checking the perspective. Double checking. The foreshortening. Okay. Yeah, so the reference picture I have is the hand directly on the stomach. Makes sense, that's fine. Try this one. Okay. For that, let's try doing this. Gonna angle the wrist a little bit more. Bit more the respond a little bit more to the shape of the body. In D&D lore, there's a man named Berem who's a green gem embedded in his chest. Wow. Mine's purple. And purple's a better color than green. So, was he born with it or did it get stuck in there? You can stick all kinds of stuff in places that they shouldn't. Seems to be a popular pastime. There we go. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. After no small amount of fussing. Here we are getting to something that we really want to see. The stupid thing in the gem was his punishment. Wow, gems are punishment, huh? That's how we're gonna play it? Anyone stop to think how the gem feels about the whole situation? Well, I suppose it's better than Gale in Baldur's Gate. He did something stupid and got a bomb planted in his chest. So sort of a similar thing. We're gonna try and angle the wrist here a little bit more. Yeah. I know I keep saying it, but one of these days I really need to finish Baldur's Gate. It's a good game, it just takes forever. Now, if I'm being really honest, I should probably finish Baldur's Gate before I start Expedition 33, but now we're talking forever to actually get to these. It means I'll finally start Expedition 33 in like 3 years. Okay, that's starting to feel like a something. That's starting to feel like something we can work with. Yeah, the main problem I have with Baldur's Gate is whenever I do actually decide to go back and play it, I just have to spend a bunch of time like reacquainting myself with my classes, my characters, and how I built them, and then figure out, oh, you know, are there things I want to change, and then it's 4 hours later and I've gotten through like one encounter. I haven't actually progressed the story at all, so it's very accurate to real D&D, but it's not convenient. It's so close. It's so close. Make one minor adjustment and just pull the elbows up a little bit. The general rule of thumb, which does vary from person to person, like my arms are a little bit longer, is the elbows fall right about at the waistline. You can use that as a guide point of whether your arms are getting too long or not. Again, some people will have longer limbs, some people will have shorter limbs, some people will have longer torsos. So it's not an absolute rule, but it's a general sort of something to measure against and get a sense of if you're going too far with it or not. There you go, that's better. Okay, I think we finally figured it out. I think we figured it out right when it's time to call it a stream. Damn it. It's okay. It would have had to get resolved one way or another, and I'm glad we went ahead and figured out what we wanted to do. I'm just gonna do a little bit to give us some implication of abdominals. A little bit of structure to the midsection here, and I think we'll call it a night with that. That'll work. That'll work for now. Alright. I mean, good start. Good start. We got a lot to still figure out with the background and everything, right? It was very, very much just a rough sketch to get a sense of like what kind of mood we want to go for. And then obviously we didn't really get too far into the painting for the character themselves other than reworking the entire arm plan, but you know, that's okay. That's okay. I do think if we can get this figured out, I'll be a lot happier with it overall than if I just kind of went with the simple, straightforward path. One of the things, this is arguably just me being stubborn. I'm gonna rant about this really quickly and then we'll go. So I don't like just copying the source material, right? Like, beyond just, you know, oh, I don't want to trace it. You know, if we had just like taken this and done the exact same pose, I wouldn't have been as happy doing that, right? I personally prefer and think you get more out of looking at the source material, thinking about it, thinking about the parts that you do like, the parts that you don't like. Not even necessarily the parts that you don't like, but just sort of trying to move ahead with the ideas and sort of seeing how it develops on its own rather than trying to copy it point for point, right? And yeah, you're gonna wind up with a lot of strange little drift things, right? Like we changed the position of the hands, we've added some perspective with the hanging lines and everything. Yeah. But that also allows it to sort of grow and evolve, as you say, and become its own thing rather than feeling more like a derivative of the source material. Like I said, that's just me being stubborn. Okay, with that, I'm gonna go ahead and shut down the VOD. Everyone say bye-bye to the YouTube squad. And we're gonna find somebody that we can raid. Yeah, I agree.